bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Enam kanvanda maravinda dalaya taksham Bharavatam samasitam buddhasundarangam Nandar agom vigamaniya vishesha shobham Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Andani yasa sakale Priya priti manti Pasyanti panti kayanti Chiram jaganti Ananda chinmaya sadhu Jalam vigrahasya
Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Sri Guru Charana Badma Kevala Vakati Sedma Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Vakati Sedma Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Vakati Sadma Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Vakati Bandhamui Savadana Mate Bandhamu Bandhamui Savadana Mate Savadana Mate Jara Prasade Vai Devavatariya Jai Jara Prasade Vai Devavatariya Jai Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chite Te Koriya Kya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chite Te Koriya Kya Arana Kari Hamuni Asarana Arana Kari Hamuni Asa Asa Sri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Sri Guru Charane Rati E Prasade Pure Sarva Asa E Prasade Pure Sarva Asa E Prasade आशा चक्षुदान दिलो जे जन्म जन्मे प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिलो जे जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान प्रकाशित दिव्य ज्ञान प्रकाशित प्रेम भक्ति जहाविते अविद्या विनाशयते प्रेम भक्ति जहाविते अविद्या विनाशयते वेदे गाय यह चरित वेदे गाय यह चरित श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवन लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवन प्रभुपाद लोकेर जीवन आहा प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया आहा प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया देव्यास गुसकृभुवाना प्रभुपाद पतित पवन द्वापदे लाइनु सराना आ प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पाद छाया आ प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पाद छाया प्रभुपाद पतित पावना द्वापदे लाइनु सराना जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय 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 गुरुदेव 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 जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामीति नामिने नमः विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामीति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चादेशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चादेश जय श्री कृष्ण गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौराभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौरभक्त जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौरभक्त जय गौरभक्त वृंद गौरभक्त जय गौरभक्त वृंद गौरभक्त विवावरी शेष आलोक प्रवेश निद्रा छड़ी उठ जीवा विवावरी शेष आलोक प्रवेश निद्रा छड़ी उठ जी बोलो हरि हरि मुकुंद मुरारी राम कृष्ण हयग्रीव बोलो हरि हरि मुकुंद मुरारी राम कृष्ण हय नृसिंह वामन श्रीमधुसूदन ब्रजेन्द्र नंदन श्यामा वामन श्रीमधुसूदन ब्रजेन्द्र नंदन श्यामा पूतन घातन कैतव सातन जय दशरथी राम पूतन घातन कैतव सातन जय दशरथी राम यशोदा दुलाला गोविंदा गोपाला वृंदावन पुरंदरा यशोदा दुलाला गोविंदा गोपाला वृंदावन पुरंदरा गोपी प्रिया जना राधिका रमना भुवन सुंदर वरा गोपी प्रिया जना राधिका रमना भुवन सुंदर रावणांतकर माखन तस्कर गोपी जना वस्त्र आरी रावण अंतकर माखन तस्कर गोपी जना वस्त्र आरी ब्रजेरा राखला गोपाविन गोपाला चिता हरे बंशी धारी ब्रजेरा राखला गोपाविन गोपाला चिता हरे बंशी योगेंद्र वंदना श्रीनंदनंदना ब्रज जना भय हारी योगेंद्र वंदना श्रीनंदनंदना ब्रज जना भय नवीन नीरद रूप मनोहर मोहन वंशी विहारी नवीन नीरद मनोहर मोहन वंशी यशोदानंदना कंसनिसूदना निकुंजरास विलासी यशोदानंदना कंसनिसूदना निकुंजरास विलासी कदम्ब कानना रसपरायणा वृंदाविपिन निवास कदम्ब कानना रसपरायणा वृंदाविपिन निवास आनंदवर्धना प्रेमानिकेतना फूलसरोज काम आनंदवर्धना प्रेमानिकेतना गोपांगनागन चिता विनोदन समस्त गुण गण धाम गोपांगनागन चिता विनोदन समस्त गुण गण धाम यमुना जीवना केली परायणा मानस चंद्र चकोरा जीवना केली परायणा मानस चंद्र चकोरा नाम सुधारसा गौ कृष्णायसा राघवचन मन मोरा नाम सुधारसा गौ कृष्णायसा राघवचन मन नाम सुधारस गौ कृष्णायसा राघवचन मन मोरा नाम सुधारस गौ कृष्णायस राघवचन मन हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Jaya Radha Kalachandji, Radha Kalachandji, Radhe. Radha Kalachandji, Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji, Radha Kalachandji, Radhe. Jaya Jagannatha, Jagannatha, Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jagannatha, Jaya Jagannatha, Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Gauranitai. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, 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 Nitai Gaur. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Om Nitya-Leelam Vishnupada Brahmam Sadhguru Vijaya Jagat Sadhguru Srimad Abhay Chanarvind Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada ki. अवधूत कुल चुरामणि कौर की सदास बाबूजी महाराज की, सच्चिदानंद भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर की, वैष्णव सार्वभौम जगन्नाथ दास बाबूजी महाराज की, वृंदावन सड़ गोस्वामी प्रभु की, नाम आचार्य हरिदास ठाकुर की, प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद, श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिव सदी गौर भक्तवृंद की, श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की, ब्रजभूमि वृंदावन धाम की, मायपुर नवदीप धाम की, पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की, द्वारकापुरी धाम की, अयोध्यापुरी धाम की, हरे कृष्ण धाम डालस की, श्री श्री राधा कालचांद जी की, श्री श्री राधा गोविंद जी की, श्री श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा माई की, श्री श्री निताय गौरसुंदर की, गंगा माई जमुना माई की, भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की, समवेद वैष्णव वृंद की, हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र की, जनिताय गौरसितनाथ प्रेमानंदे. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled. All glories, all glories to Sri Guru Gauranga. All glories
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari. Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jayam Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivrajacharya Ashtotarashtata Shishimad A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki, Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda Ki. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jana Jana Shalakaya Chakshurulmutam Jaina Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Sri Chaitanya Manovistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tadatit Swapadantikam. When will Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada, who has established within this material world the mission to fulfill the desire of Lord Chaitanya, give me shelter under his lotus feet? Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyavacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Vaishnav devotees of the Lord. They are just like desire trees and can fulfill the desires of everyone, and they are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar Pandit, Srivas Thakur, and all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I pray that Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji, Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Gurudev use me as an instrument so that their message can flow through me to give me the words to serve the Vaishnavas listening. Today is Tuesday, July 26, 2022. I am Jayshree Radhe Devi Dasi, and we are reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 17, Punishment and Reward of Kali, Text 14. Jane nagasi agyam yujan sarvato shachamat payam sadhunam bhadrameva sayid asadu damane krite jane nagasi agyam yujan sarvato shachamat payam sadhunam bhadrameva sayad asadu damane krite. Please chant. Jane nagasi yujanam sarvato shachamat payam sadhunam bhadrameva sayad asadu damane krite. Jane nagasi agyam jujan sarvato shachamat payam sadhunam bhadrameva sayad asadu damane krite. Please repeat. Jane, to the living beings. Anagasi, those who are offenseless. Agam, sufferings. Yunjan, by applying. Sarvata, anywhere and everywhere. Ashya, of such offenders. Cha, and matbayam, fear me. Sadhunam, of honest persons. Badram, good fortune. Eva, certainly. Syat, will take place. Asadu, dishonest miscreants. Damane, curbed. Krite, being so done. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Whoever causes offenseless living beings to suffer must fear me anywhere and everywhere in the world. By curbing dishonest miscreants, one automatically benefits the offenseless. Purport. Dishonest miscreants flourish because of cowardly and impotent executive heads of state. But when the executive heads are strong enough to curb all sorts of dishonest miscreants in any part of the state, certainly they cannot flourish. When the miscreants are punished in an exemplary manner, automatically all good fortune follows. As said before, it is the prime duty of the king or the executive head to give protection in all respects to the peaceful, offenseless citizens of the state. The devotees of the Lord are by nature peaceful and offenseless, and therefore it is the prime duty of the state to arrange to convert everyone to become a devotee of the Lord. Thus, automatically there will be peaceful, offenseless citizens. Then the only duty of the king will be to curb the dishonest miscreants. That will bring about peace and harmony all over human society. So we've been talking about Maharaj Parikshit and how he's an amazing, great king, and he ideal king in a lot of respects. And he is the one that's speaking, so he's saying that anyone that commits any kind of offense, to another living being especially, they must fear him. And in the current state of, that we're in today, we don't necessarily have that level of authority in our executive states. So if we look at what's being said in the verse, it says, miscreants who cause suffering to offenseless beings must fear the law of the land. Currently, do they? Do you think people fear the law of the land? In some ways, the innocent fear the law of the land more than the criminals, right? Because there's so much corruption in the law of the land that sometimes innocent people can be persecuted. So let's look at what are miscreants. A definition of miscreant is a person who behaves badly or in a way that breaks the law. There was a previous definition, an old definition, that also compared miscreants to the word heretic. And a heretic, by one definition, is a person who refuses to acknowledge or accept or reveal truth, especially in terms of religion. So when we're talking about miscreants here, it's more than just someone who's breaking the law. They're also disregarding religion. They're disregarding God. In a lecture on Srimad Bhagavatam 798 in 1968, Prabhupada says, Krishna says that those who are miscreants, always trying to do harm to the society, to the country, to the people, to the other living, to other animals, to other living creatures. So we have another definition of miscreants, one who's always doing harm to society, country, people, animals, living creatures. So if we take a look at that in the current world, we have miscreants that are living their lives, right? In some ways, we're all miscreants because we may not be intentionally or actively doing harm to society, country, people, but it's almost impossible to not do any harm to other living creatures. And then on top of that, we constantly do harm to ourselves, right? We work jobs that take everything out of us. I don't even think a 9 to 5 is the usual anymore. It's something like 8 to 6, and then you add in like an hour commute there, an hour commute back. That's not good for our health, right? That's not good for anyone. So in a broad definition, a lot of us are miscreants. So many of us are miscreants. We're a whole world of miscreants. In Bhagavad Gita 7:15, Krishna says, those miscreants who are grossly foolish, lowest among humankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me. So here's another definition, a little bit more defined than what explained than what Srila Prabhupada had said in that lecture, is they're grossly foolish, they have no knowledge, or it's stolen by illusion, they're atheistic, that means they don't believe in God, and they don't surrender to God. And we might think, well, what's the point? What's the use of surrendering to God, right? We can do so many things ourselves. We can build a beautiful temple. We can create artificial sunlight. We can do so many things. And yet, it all indirectly comes from Krishna, right? So it all indirectly comes from God. So we have to be mindful of what is the actual cause of everything that we're doing, the underlying cause. And it's not always easy to remember because we think we're doing so many things. We think that we're the doer, right? I combed my hair. I put on my own clothes. So it's like, where does God come into play, right? I'm going to work and earning money to, pay for food to eat, right? So it's so easy to think that where does God come into play? And that makes us very cold and bitter when we don't remember God. We're not connected to the divine in that way. And so we want to always remember that we are connected to the divine. We have a relationship to the divine. And that brings about peace. So we can further look at when we don't connect ourselves to the divine. Srila Prabhupada says in another lecture on Bhagavad Gita 4:8 in 1968, Krishna says that those who are miscreants, always disobeying the laws of nature, are always denying the prime factor behind the wonderful activities of nature. So again, we can see how in so many ways we're a whole society of miscreants because we're not obeying the laws of nature. Right? We're trying to create our own laws, man-made laws. And when we have these man-made laws, some of the protections are fall off because the laws really are more about, how to keep people rich and powerful, how to have the most amount of sense gratification. And we can see it practically today, right? Like the earth is suffering, right? We have climate change. We're having record hot temperatures all over the world. I was reading somewhere that London hit the hottest it's ever, like temperature it's never hit before. It's something like 108 degrees Fahrenheit in London, or 40 degrees Celsius. I think at one point it even got up to like 41 or 42 degrees Celsius, which is really hot. I mean, that's Dallas level hot. We're used to it here, right? In some ways, we're used to this weather of 100 and something degrees. But even for us, it's been hotter than it's ever been in my recollection, and earlier. Usually we have this type of weather in August, and now we're having it in July. And some will say, well, that's the natural course of how Earth, the temperatures go up, temperatures go down. And yet, it just seems like it's different. The more we drill into the earth to get fossil fuels so we can have gasoline and so many other things that are run by electricity, the earth suffers. We talked last week about factory farming and tearing down the land so that we can have, land for cows to, they don't really even get to pasture, but it's more like growing grains for the cows to pasture. So it's like we're wasting all this land and harming Mother Earth. In Srimad Bhagavatam 12:2-7 and 8, in the description of Kali Yuga, it says, as the earth thus becomes crowded with a corrupt population, whoever among any of the social classes shows themselves to be the strongest will gain political power. Losing their properties to such avaricious and merciless rulers who will behave no better than ordinary thieves, the citizen will flee to the mountains and forests. And we are practically seeing this, right? Our government in the US is better than most places, but we still see corruption here in the United States. In other countries, it's more obvious that the government can be very corrupt, stealing from the citizens, making the citizens be submissive and not really offering protection. And as a result, we have so much anxiety. We're filled with so much anxiety. And it's easy to forget Krishna, to forget God, to forget our connections to the divine when we're filled with anxiety and fear, right? Last 2 years, we've been in fear of the coronavirus. Like, will it attack us? How will I react to it? Will it attack my family? Will it attack someone, I love? And will I lose them? And we've lost some great devotees due to the coronavirus. And then there's the whole debate of how the handling of the coronavirus has been, right? Was it dealt with properly? Do we have to take charge ourselves? Half the people felt like we don't need masks and we don't need a lockdown. We just need whoever's sick needs to stay at home. And the other half felt like, no, we need to protect everyone. And then now we're seeing like the economic repercussions of being locked down. And so there's another level of anxiety now. We have things like the recession, inflation, and another thing they call shrinkflation, which is where, they keep the price the same. Like you might buy a box of cereal and they keep the price the same, but now there's less cereal in it, right? So I think they were doing a comparison. There's like up to 3 servings less per cereal box now, but people don't realize it because it's the same price, and they kind of kept the packaging the same. They just put less cereal in it, so it kind of tricks you, right? Unless you know about these things. So financially, so many people are in fear, and then we have mass shootings, right? Like maybe there was like a honeymoon period during the coronavirus when everyone was in lockdown. We went through like several months without a mass shooting, and then as the world opened up, in the United States, we've had so many mass shootings. This year alone, like, I don't remember having a mass shooting practically every week, 2 or 3 a week sometimes. So people are afraid of that. And I was thinking about this. I was watching, as many people know, I'm kind of a TV addict. So I was watching this TV show about it's a medical drama. And I was kind of going through a phase where I was watching all these different medical dramas. And every one of them had an episode that dealt with like the mass shooting and how the ERs were overrun. And they're based off of true, like each of the medical stories will be based off of a true story. Of course, they create more drama around it. And I was thinking, man, if this is all that you know of the world, the coronavirus, the mass shootings, the riots, the police brutality, it's very scary. Like, you don't know where you could be. You could be even in the safety of your own home, and a car can come crashing into your house. I remember when I was little or younger, there was a kid I used to babysit. Very sweet, very cute. And he was probably like 8, 9, or 10 years old. And he was playing in his front yard. And he wasn't playing like in the front yard close to the house, close to the street. He was playing close to the house. And his mom was sitting on the porch, like keeping an eye on him. He's playing in his lawn near the house, doing his own business, and somehow a car careened out of control, jumped up on the curb, and practically almost hit the house, but totally ran him over. He was dead instantly. Right? And nobody would expect such a thing. So unexpected. So we can have all this anxiety of fear of death, injury, illness. Any of these can come upon us anytime. And what to speak of walking around, right? I live like 2 blocks from here, and when I first moved here, I was strictly cautioned that I was not to walk to the temple at night. Either I would always have to have somebody with me or drive. So from 2 blocks over, I have to drive if I come to the temple when it's dark, because it's not safe, right? It's not safe for a single female to walk around. And even for males, too, for men, it's also unsafe, right? Every night in this neighborhood, you can hear like gunshots going off. There's so many things that happen that can create so much fear. There's danger all around. In Srimad Bhagavatam 10:14-58, it states, it's kind of a paraphrase, but that the material world is the place of material miseries, the place where there's danger at every step. This is a place that we don't want to be. We don't want to feel that danger at every step. And this is because the system of authority has been lost. In the purport of Srimad Bhagavatam 5:12-7, Srila Prabhupada says, it is stated in Srimad Bhagavatam that in Kali Yuga, the heads of government will be plunderers and thieves. These thieves and plunderers take the money and property of the public by force or connivance. We pay taxes. And what is that tax? What do the taxes that we pay for? What does it go towards, right? We can kind of look and see. First, we talked last week about how the beef and dairy industry are subsidized by our taxes. The government has decided that they're going to subsidize that, so that the cost of something like a hamburger or beef or even milk is low for the people. But we're paying for it. It's not that it's low, we just don't realize, because the grocery store price is different than what we're actually paying, because we pay taxes for it. It's paid, we pay for military, defense, police, infrastructure, schools. And then you think, if you look at the school system, it's not very good, right? Like the classrooms are overcrowded, teachers are underpaid, overwhelmed. They don't get to teach how they want to teach. I have so many teachers that, friends that are teachers, and they complain about such things, that we don't get to teach the way, like to teach an individual curriculum because there's too many students, but then there's these requirements of, everybody has to pass the test, no child left behind, So we see that like the money is not really, the tax money that we're giving to the government is not really used in a proper way. And it doesn't matter what political party you're part of, nobody's really happy with the way the government's using the funding. Like they always feel like less should be used here, more should be used here. The political parties might disagree about what's, where the money should be used, but nobody's really happy the way that it is used. In Krishna book, chapter 20, Prabhupada says, in the age of Kali, persons who are miscreants become very prominently visible, whereas persons who are actually following the Vedic principles for spiritual emancipation are practically obscured. It's like the lunatics are running the asylum, right? So instead of the people that need to be in charge, that have God consciousness, that are bringing these principles of God's law, not just man's law, human law, that's not really what's happening. Right? And the government is meant to protect its citizens. We talked about all this fear. The only protection really we think of when we think of the government supposed to provide protection, it's against physical violence, right? We have the police that's, they protect and serve. So on the individual citizen level, and we have different levels of the police. We have like the state police, the city police, you have like FBI, you have, there's different levels of policing, but they're all meant for internal, like the citizens itself. And then we have military, the Army, Navy, Air Force, that's meant to defend the country itself, right? So these are, like, they protect from physical violence. They maintain law and order, so we have courts and jails that's supposed to maintain law and order. And because we have like a corrupt foundation, which really, by that I mean, there's no godness, there's no divinity in the government, right? In the foundation of the government. So there's corruption even in the military. There's corruption in policing, right? We have so much police brutality. The very people that the police are supposed to protect and serve are now afraid of the police because there have been a few corrupt policemen or policewomen, and that creates this anxiety that everybody is corrupt, right? So who knows if the cop out of fear will like shoot someone who doesn't deserve it, or roughly detain someone and cause injury, bodily injury. And then even our court system is corrupt. You have judges that take bribes, they have biases in how they sentence people. So then someone who's of a different ethnicity, or people of black color, they tend to be stronger persecuted for the same crimes as someone who might be of white skin. And sometimes we see that people get they're found not guilty of a crime years after they've served, wrongful imprisonment. So we see that happening over and over again. And then even if someone who broke the law, they get proper punishment in jail, the only thing that happens is they get punished. And in jail, they get to learn how to become better criminals. There's no discussion of rehabilitation, of how can we learn about why this person committed the crime and assist this person, help this person? What do they need to not commit crimes anymore, right? Once we let them out into society, how do we change the way they think? How do we change the way they interact with the world so that they aren't committing crimes? What do they need? Did they steal because they were poor and needy and needed to have, to be able to feed their family? We have, homelessness is such a huge issue. Sometimes the homeless people, for no other reason than just being out homeless, get arrested and put in jail for loitering, for being somewhere they're not supposed to be. So we see that really we can have two types of criminals. We have the criminal that really, on some level, they have no other choice. Right? They are struggling to make ends meet, and sometimes it's tempting to say, oh, well, nobody will know if I steal this piece of bread so that I can feed my family. It's fictional, but there's a famous story that pretty much everyone knows, Les Miserables, and in that the main character steals a loaf of bread for his sister's 7 starving children. And for that, he's persecuted. He gets 5 years of imprisonment for stealing a loaf of bread. And because he's in prison, he tries to escape several times. And so then time gets added to his sentence, and he ends up serving 19 years in prison for stealing a loaf of bread. Certainly, stealing a loaf of bread is wrong, but does it really require 19 years of prison? And the author who wrote this story was making a commentary on society. He put together several different true stories, like he had seen, he'd seen someone steal a loaf of bread for their family and then get imprisoned. And then what he shows in this story is that after this guy's released, Jean Valjean is released, he's unable to find work. He's unable to find a place to stay because nobody will hire a convict. Nobody wants to rent a place to a convict, right? So he can't catch a break. And so he feels there's no other choice again, and he steals. But this time he steals from someone who has compassion and shows him mercy. So when the police catch him, the guy's like, no, I gave him all this stuff. And on top of that, he gives him more silver and says, here, you must need this more than I need this. He was shown mercy, and that gave him like this little seed of maybe there can be a different way. When he was given mercy, he was given some words to like always think of God and depend on God and serve others. Now that you've been given this, second chance, be sure to pay this forward. And they show that the rest of his life, he works hard to not go back to the life of crime. He falters, but then he picks back up, and he lives his life in such a way of serving others, and he helps others in need and trouble. And so we can see the author actually talks about his own novel, and he says it's a progress from evil to good, from injustice to justice, from falsehood to truth, from night to day, from appetite to conscience, from corruption to life, from hell to heaven, from nothingness to God. The starting point, matter. The destination, the soul. So even this author back in the 1800s saw that, we have to add God back into the government. The other problem with having God in the government is that nobody can agree as to who God is. What is the way, what are God's laws? Because then we try to interpret them according to our desires and our needs, and the people that sometimes aren't, and the leaders and authorities of different religions sometimes misinterpret the scripture to give themselves more power, or to boost up the executive head of state, to say, oh yeah, you're doing it right, it's along what God would want. So because there's so much corruption even now in like churches and temples, and people using scripture to further their own means, we kind of have to go towards a secular government, because otherwise it's like whose religion, and then somebody else might feel like that religion is oppressing the way I express, the way I feel my connection to God. So in that way, we have to have, like, in this current world, in some ways it has to be secular. And then on top of that, we talked about how the government talks about protecting the people really from physical violence. There's no talk about how the government protects from economic troubles, from mental health troubles, from physical health troubles, even spiritual troubles, right? And when we look at a king such as Maharaj Parikshit, he actually accounted for all of these aspects for everybody. He didn't want anyone to suffer in any of these realms, right? He didn't want anyone to be in poor health or to be suffering economically. If we didn't suffer economically, would we have as much crime, right? if people felt like their basic needs are being met, food, shelter, water, air, security, safety, would they feel the need to steal, and provide, find a shortcut in that way to provide for their family? There are some debates that yes, because that's part of our inherent nature, and in some ways in Kali Yuga it is, right? Our propensities to steal, to cheat, to lie, cheat, steal. However, I think we'd see less of it, right? During previous yugas, right? During Maharaj Parikshit's reign, we didn't see that much crime, right? There was very little crime because everyone was well taken care of. Here we also have crime of the rich people. And really when someone who's already wealthy commits crime, it's just, in some ways it's out of greed. It's out of power. They feel like, oh, there's a sense of entitlement, right? Like I can easily get that, so therefore I'll find loopholes and find my little workaround so that I can have more money and stay in more power. Whereas someone who's poor is really just trying to make ends meet when they steal. There's two very different reasons why people steal. Now, if everyone's taken care of, I think that the wealthy would still probably feel that need to steal. And we saw that in practical applications when, the countries that tried to instill communism, it kind of fell apart because everybody else was, masses were poor, barely, getting enough to make ends meet, and yet people in the ruling class were, like rich, people that were that could make it, that could actually help keep the ruling class in power, were also kept rich. So, in that sense, it doesn't work. And the other part of the verse for today, it says, if one curbs dishonest miscreants, the offenseless benefits, and we get peace and harmony, right? That's kind of what we want. We want to have peace. Let's see, it says, yeah, basically. And we want to have harmony. In Bhagavad Gita 266, it says, one who is not connected with the Supreme in Krishna consciousness can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace? In Bhagavad Gita 5:12, Krishna says, the steadily devoted soul attains unadulterated peace because they offer the result of all activities to me, whereas a person who is not in union with the divine, who is greedy for the fruits of their labor, becomes entangled. So we can see that in order to find peace, to find protection and security for everyone, we have to be connected to Krishna, to have God consciousness. Otherwise, we kind of fall to our own flaws, to our own faults of greed, of lust, of desire, which then keeps us entangled. So how do we curb dishonest miscreants? Because we're not in a position of power. We have no political power. We have no authority. And, if we look at the way the world is, it's like, well, that's just what we're living in. Do we just throw our hands up and say, that's it? We just have to accept. Well, really, change comes from the individual level. We can't expect the government or other people to come in and rescue us anymore. We have to take charge of our own lives in that sense. So how do we do that? My spiritual master, Tamal Krishna Goswami, in a lecture here in Dallas in 1996, around the same verses in Srimad Bhagavatam 1:17-9, he says, the basis of protection is that there is a certain dignity to every living being. Every living being should be recognized for its intrinsic dignity. The dignity of life is we are meant to love God. The basis of loving God is to recognize our relationship with God. That is based on not just how we relate with God, but how we relate with others. So we have to do what we can for ourselves. We have to find our relationship with God, with Krishna, for ourselves, to find that connection. And when we do, then we can work on, finding our connection with everyone else, and the whole society benefits. We find peace, right? Um, so we have to learn to properly deal with ourselves, then learn to deal with others, and then we can deal with the world at large. So we have to protect our spiritual lives. We have to guard it. It's very tenuous, right? Like any little thing can push us one way or the other because we are conditioned, right? We're conditioned to look at our own sense enjoyment, to look at our own pleasures, to look at what do we want. We're conditioned to think that we're in control, that we're the ones in power. And so, with the material world being such a miserable place, and we're looking for solace, we're looking for sanctuary in our own spirituality, that we have to protect it. Like any little thing can, someone says the wrong thing to you, someone looks at you the wrong way, it can really throw you off. And then you think, well, I'm not going to go to the temple anymore. I don't feel peace there anymore. I don't feel comfortable there anymore, right? So then it can be just one little thing, or you make some remark to someone else, and now all of a sudden you've, fed the ego part of yourself, thinking, oh, I'm better than this person, and you make a comment to someone else, or you make a judgmental comment to someone else. And that really comes from our own insecurities. But when you throw it onto someone else, it kind of makes it bigger in your own heart. So then it makes it harder to come to Krishna consciousness. So in this particular lecture, my spiritual master, Tamal Krishna Goswami, he says that in order to protect our spiritual lives, we have to engage in a strong morning program. In this day and age, we call that like our morning routine, our morning ritual, and we all have one, whether or not we think about it or not, right? What's part of your morning routine? Mm-hmm. Right. And so for you, it's very intentional, right? You made it a choice. So the answer is they wake up, they do their deity worship, and then they go to work. So it was very intentional that you made that choice. For many people, there's no thought process, right? Like they wake up, sometimes the first thing they do is grab their phone, check their text messages, scroll Facebook, maybe respond to some emails. Right? And now, because of that, there's actually so many personal development courses that talk about this, that tell people that, this is not what we need to be doing. This is not how we wake up in the morning. And I know I'm guilty of it, right? I'm guilty of picking up my phone and in the morning first thing. And so for the last couple of months, one of the things that I did was I started leaving my phone in another room, right? And I'm often worried about the alarm because my phone is an alarm, so I got a separate alarm for, to wake up if I needed to wake up. But I also keep the alarm on my phone, just make sure it's really loud. So now, not only do I have to get up out of bed to turn it off, but I have to leave my room, right? So it wakes you up even more to walk over there, to turn it off. And then I just leave it because I'm trying to not touch my phone for a certain amount of time in the morning. So we have to be very intentional about our morning routine. And at any point in the time, we can create, we can kind of zone out and not realize, there's so many times where my intention is, let's go to sit down and chant. And somehow or another, I've picked up my phone and it's like an hour later and I've been scrolling Facebook and it wasn't intentional. It was just completely on autopilot, right? So much of our life is like that on autopilot. So what we want to do is create a routine that what we truly want becomes on autopilot. We don't have to think about it, right? We don't really have to think about brushing our teeth in the mornings, right? That just kind of happens for most of us. We don't have to think about showering. That kind of happens for most of us. Although, if you talk to so many people after the pandemic, they had to get back into that after lockdown, right? Get back into that routine of showering because they're like, I'm not going anywhere. Why do I need to shower? Even some people stop brushing their teeth because they're like, well, I'm not talking to anyone. So we kind of have to get ourselves back. There's benefits to a morning routine, right? It prepares you for the rest of the day. They've shown that people that have a morning routine increases productivity. It avoids wasting time. They feel in control of their day. They have intentional activity. It lowers stress. People develop healthy habits by having a morning routine. It boosts energy. It improves relationships. You decrease forgetfulness, so you actually remember more things. You're more concentrated. It improves your confidence, and you learn to be flexible. Because, sometimes things can throw you off of your morning routine, but it's easy to come back to it, so you can be a little flexible. Other things that people sometimes have in their morning routine is they'll eat breakfast, maybe while watching the news or reading the news. They'll drink coffee or tea while watching the news and reading the news. Well, we want to be a little bit more intentional, right? We want to bring God into our morning routine, to bring Krishna into our morning routine so that we can start our days feeling connected. And Srila Prabhupada designed a very detailed morning program for us to be Krishna conscious, right? So we talked about how, what the parts of the morning program, right? We start with Mangalarti, right? We glorify and honor our spiritual teachers, our spiritual masters, because they guide us to our relationship to Krishna, right? So that's the first thing that we do. We then chant Nrsingadev prayers for protection, so that we can feel protected all day. Then we have Tulsi Puja, Tulsi prayers. And she's a pure devotee of Krishna, so when we worship her, we ourselves become free from material desires, but we also engage in pure devotional service. We're asking her to give us that same quality that she has, which is pure devotional service. And then this can vary from temple to temple, but we have a short reading, to remember Srila Prabhupada. I think we're reading from I'll Build You a Temple currently here. We chant the 10 offenses. In some places, they chant the Shikshastakam. We offer obeisances to our fellow Vaishnavas, people that are also on the same path as us, because we also know, as we chant every morning, that Vaishnavas are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. So it's good for us to remember that, as we go through our day, that we're Vaishnavas and we want to live our life with compassion for everybody. And then we chant, right? We chant the Maha Mantra, which is our connection to the spiritual world or to Krishna, right? So that's our time, that's hanging out with Krishna, right? We're asking him to engage us in our service, but it's really our one-on-one time. We make an appointment, like we would with our friends. Like we might say, hey, let's meet up for lunch. Well, japa is that time where Krishna's like, let's meet up, let's chat, Think of me. This is your time with me. And then we have greeting of the deities. We get to see the beautiful forms of Radha Krishna here, Radha Kalachandji, and they're beautifully dressed, right? And so we have that greeting of the deities. And then we have Guru Puja, where once again we honor our spiritual master, our spiritual teacher, Srila Prabhupada, who's taught us all these things. And then we have Srimad Bhagavatam class, right? So that we can learn the scripture, we can learn the importance of God consciousness, how to apply them to our lives. And then we end with prasadam, sanctified food, breakfast, right? So it's a really strong morning program. I mean, the way he has it laid out, it starts at 4:30 in the morning and it ends at 9. That's a pretty intense program. And not every one of us are able to do that. We can't always come to the temple, and if we can, we can't usually spend 4 or 5 hours because we have to get to work. So we want to have some sort of morning program that may incorporate some or all of these things. We can do that at home. We can do an abbreviated version of it, right? We might just, instead of singing the entire Mangalarti prayers, we may just offer prayers to our Guru and Nrsingadev and Tulsi, and then chant our japa, right? Or we may not even have time for that. We just might chant our japa, which is mantra meditation, chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. So at a minimum, I would say you want to have at least some chanting of japa in your morning routine, right? So you get up, you brush your teeth, you shower, you chant a little japa, and then you head to work. That would be like the bare minimum. If you can spend a little time, maybe singing the Guru Puja prayers or reading Srimad Bhagavatam. I make a point of reading Srimad Bhagavatam 15 minutes every morning. So that way, like slowly, I'm making slow progress, right? I started that in, I think, 2015 or 16. I'd have to look. And now I started with Canto 1, Chapter 1, Text 1, and now I'm in Canto 10. So yes, it took 6 years, but if I hadn't been reading 15 minutes every day, I still would be, not have even opened Srimad Bhagavatam, right? So we can see that just a little bit can make a big progress. So that could be something else. Or, if you don't have time to read, you can listen to a class on Srimad Bhagavatam on your way to work or, when you have a moment. So there's these things that we can do to kind of incorporate these different aspects of the morning routine, of the morning program that Srila Prabhupada has prescribed for us. So I'll end here and see if we have any questions. All right. Dhanantara Srimad Bhagavatam ki.
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Pranapatau Premamrita Vanidhi Veera Dhira Jana Tau Krishna Kirtana Ganana Tana Prabhu Premamritam Vanidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priya Priya Karo Nimar Karau Pujitau Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd Canto, 25th Chapter, text number 29, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on November 29th, 1974, in Bombay, India.
The mystic yoga system, as you have explained, aims at the Supreme Personality of Godhead and is meant for completely ending material existence. Please let me know what the nature of that yoga system is, how many ways there are by which one can understand the truth, in truth, that sublime yoga.
Jo yoga bhagavad vana nidvana atmanam stayudita kidrisha katichangani jatastattavo bodhanam. Tattva avabodhanam. Tattva means truth. So, the idea is how to understand the Supreme Person, Supreme Being, in Tattva, in truth. Manusyanam sahasreshu kaschit jatati siddhaye jatatam api siddhanam kaschit bheti mam tattva. The tattva word has been used in the Bhagavad Gita, that everyone has got some idea of God. Not everyone, but out of many, millions of persons. Manusyanam sahasreshu, not ordinary man. There are millions and millions of persons who don't care, just like animals. They don't care to know what is God, what is our relationship with God, how to act in that relationship. The Vedic instruction, the whole Vedic instruction is for this purpose. Vedaischa sarvai ahameva vedam. That is the purpose of Veda. So first of all, we have to know what is our relationship with God. That we do not know. Neither we try for it. Therefore Krishna says, not we say, that out of many thousands and millions of persons, manusyanam sahasreshu. So, kaschit, somebody becomes interested what is the purpose of life. That is actually awakening of human life. Otherwise, like cats and dogs, eating, sleeping, having sex intercourse. Tattva means truth. So, the idea is how to understand the Supreme Person, Supreme Being, in Tattva, in truth. Manusyanam sahasreshu kaschit jatati siddhaye jatatam api siddhanam kaschit bheti mam tattva. The tattva word has been used in the Bhagavad Gita, that everyone has got some idea of God. Not everyone, but out of many, millions of persons. Manusyanam sahasreshu, not ordinary man. There are millions and millions of persons who don't care, just like animals. They don't care to know what is God, what is our relationship with God, how to act in that relationship. The Vedic instruction, the whole Vedic instruction is for this purpose. Vedaischa sarvai ahameva vedam. That is the purpose of Veda. So first of all, we have to know what is our relationship with God. That we do not know. Neither we try for it. Therefore Krishna says, not we say, that out of many, many thousands and millions of persons, Manusyanam sahasresh. So, Kaschit, somebody becomes interested what is the purpose of life. That is actually awakening of human life. Otherwise, like cats and dogs, eating, sleeping, having sex intercourse, and after some time finished. That is the life of cats and dogs. That is not human life. Human life, as it is stated in the Vedas, athata brahma jigyasa. This life is meant for inquiring about the Supreme Being, Brahma, Parabrahma. That is human life. The whole Vedic civilization is based on this basic principle, that to understand the absolute truth. In this Kali Yuga, nobody is interested in. We are spreading Krishna consciousness. Very few people are interested to know about Krishna or the Supreme Being. So that is not human life. Human life means when we inquire about the absolute truth, that is human life. So, there are so many societies, so many religious institutions, but nobody is interested to know Krishna or the Supreme Being. Krishna means the Supreme Being. All attract. No educational system, no university. Therefore Krishna says, Manusyanam sahasreshu kaschit jatati siddha. That is siddhi of love. Siddhi means perfection of life. To understand God. Because in the human life, if one tries, he can understand God, he can understand himself, he can understand what is his relationship with God, he can understand how to act in that relationship and thus make his life perfect. That is human life. So, Manusyanam sahasreshu kaschit jatati siddha. Siddhi. Siddhi means self-realization. And jatatam api siddhyanam. And even though one is siddha, self-realized, he also does not understand what Krishna. Even one is siddha. That siddha has still to be progressed. Then he will come to Jnanavan. Jnanavan means one is siddha. One who has understood himself. That siddhi means to understand oneself that I am not this body. That is siddhi. Everyone is misguided. Everyone is acting in this world under the bodily concept of life, and they are very, very much unhappy on account of this. Because as soon as one understands that I am not this body, he immediately becomes Brahma realized, Brahma Bhuta, and immediately becomes happy. Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma. Prasannatma means, what do you mean by Prasannatma? Na sochati, na kankati, no more material desire. That is Brahma Bhuta. Everyone is trying for material sense gratification. The animals, the bees, the birds, and the human being, that is material world. He is simply sochati and kankati. When there is loss, he crying. and when there is no possession, is ahankari. These are the two diseases of material existence. So, when one is Brahma Bhuta, he realizes that I am not this body, I am the spirit soul, aham brahmasmi. Then the next stage is na sochati, na kankati. That is the... But that is not all. That is not all. That is not steady. Brahma bhuta prasannatma na sochati na samas sarveshu bhuteshu. At that time, because he is not in the bodily platform of life, he does not see the body, but he sees the soul. So as spirit soul, we are one. Simply, we are differently dressed in different body on account of our desire and karma. So one who has realized that I am not this body, he does not make any difference of body. Vidya vinaya sampanne brahmani govihastini sunichecha sapakecha pandita samadarshi. He does not make any difference that here is a learned Brahmin and here is a dog. Because he knows the learned Brahmin has got a different body and the dog has got a different body. Ultimately, the dog is also a spirit soul and the Brahmin is also spirit soul. That is his vision. It does not mean that he is so fool, he makes a Brahmin equal to the dog. No, that is not. But he knows the fact, what is the dog and what is the Brahmin. That is Brahma realization. Samas sarveshu bhuteshu. Then mad bhakti lavate para. Then the real bhakti begins. That means after self-realization, when he understands that he is not this body. In the bodily conscious sort of life, I am thinking I belong to this family, I belong to this society, I belong to the country, so many. Aham mameti, janasya mohoyam, this illusion is going on. And Brahma Bhuta means one who is above this illusion. He has no more such distinction that I am this body, I belong to this family, I belong to this country or community. No. I belong to Krishna. Krishna says, Jeev, mamaivangsha. Krishna says, and Brahma Bhuta stage means I realize that I am part and parcel of Krishna and my only business is to serve Krishna. That is Brahma realization. Therefore Krishna says, Jatatam api siddhanam kaschit vettimam tattva. Tattva means one has to understand in truth what is Krishna and what is my relationship with Krishna. Simply Siddha is not perfection. Siddha means I am not this body. That is all right, that is perfection. But you have to make further progress. Brahma Bhuta, you have become now self-realized, that's all right. Na sochati na samas service. But you have to enter into the parabhakti. Then your self-realization will stand, otherwise again you will fall down. Arujya krichena parang padang tata patanti adha. Anadita jusmatangra. I have given this example. That you have got a very nice Sputnik airplane. You can go many thousands and millions miles up. But if you don't get any shelter, either in the moon planet or any other planet, then you come back again. The same example. Similarly, you may become Brahma Bhuta, Brahma realized, but if you simply remain in the impersonal or void, then Brahma Bhuta means to make this material world null and void. And you come to the another world, spiritual world. So if you cannot enter into the spiritual world, mad bhakti lavate param, if you simply remain Brahma Bhuta, then you will fall down. Because you are by nature seeking ananda, blissful life. So if you do not get varieties of life, Just like we want varieties in this material world. This material world is simply imitation of the spiritual world. So, we are attached to the varieties. Therefore, we are seeking ananda. But because it is material and we are spiritual beings, we cannot enjoy this ananda, material varieties fully. There are so many defects in every it is, and we are seeking that spiritual variety. So if you don't enter into the spiritual world with spiritual variety, then you will again fall down. That is called bhakti yoga. Just like Krishna says, Jadgatyana nivartante tad dhamam paramam. When you get spiritual varieties, that you can get when you enter into the spiritual world, either in the Vaikuntha world, planet, or in the Goloka Vrindavan planet. There are varieties. The varieties are mentioned in the Shastra. Chintamani prakara sadmasu kalpa vrikha lakha britesu surabhi ravipalayantam lakshmi sahasra shata samrama sevamanam govindam madipurusam tamaham bhaja venum kannantam aravinda dalayata. Don't think that Krishna figure is the imagination of some artist or painter. No. These are the descriptions in the Vedas. Venum kannantam, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Govinda, is playing on his flute. Venum kannantam aravinda dalayataksam, and his eyes are like the petals of lotus flower. Venum kannantam aravinda dalayataksam varahavatamsa. There is a feather, a peacock. Mushitam Buddhasandarangam. The complexion is like black cloud, but very, very beautiful. Venam kannantam aravinda dalayataksam varahavatam samasitam Buddhasandara. Kandarpa koti kamani is so beautiful that more attractive than many, many hundreds and thousands of cupids. Kandarpa koti kamaniya vishesha sobham govindamadi purusam tamam. This is the Govinda's description. There are so many descriptions. So, this is spiritual varieties. Material varieties cannot give us full satisfaction. Therefore we want change. Change. Another change. Another change. Punah punah charvita charvanana. Here in the material world, we are simply chewing the chewed. Once chewed and thrown it away, again somebody is coming, chewing. So spiritual variety is not like that. Spiritual variety is anandambudhi vardhanam. The more you are attached to spiritual variety, it is just like ocean. And ocean does not increase. But spiritual varieties are said they are increasing. Now just like here you have got the Arabian Sea, it is not increasing. If it would have increased, then Bombay town would have been finished long ago. No, it is not increasing. It has got a certain limit. You go to the beach, you see, certain, no more than. But it is compared with Anandambudhi, the ocean of bliss, increasing Vardhanam. Anandambudhi Vardhanam. The more you enter into the spiritual bliss, the more you become joyful. That is spiritual. Spiritual, just like these boys, these girls, they are chanting Hare Krishna. Had it been hackneying, how long they would have chanted? No, that is not possible. Unless it is spiritual, nobody can be satisfied simply by chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. You take any other word, Mr. John, Mr. John, Mr. John, how long you will try? After chanting for half an hour, you will be fed up. But this is Anandambudhi Vardhanam. The more you chant, the more you become spiritually advanced. This is called Anandambudhi Vardhanam. Otherwise, how one can be satisfied simply by chanting Hare Krishna? They are not mad, they are not foolish, they are human beings. And how they have given up everything simply by chanting. If it is not Anandam Buddhivardhanam, if it is not increasing in spiritual blissfulness, practical. They have forgotten everything. They are also young men. They don't go to cinema. Just one block after there is cinema, they will never go, be giving up this chanting and go to the cinema. Don't you see practically? So spiritual life, that is spiritual life. That if you take to spiritual life and take to the process, then your Anandambudhi Vardhanam, your spiritual life will be blissful more and more. It is not decrease. Because we want Ananda, Anandamaya Vyasat, that is the Vedanta Sutra. Living being, or Parabrahma, or Brahma, everyone is Anandamaya. That Ananda can you get perfectly when you take Ananda with Krishna, in association with Krishna. You associate with Krishna as servant, or as friend, or as father, as mother, as conjugal lover. There are 5 rasas: Shanta, Dasa, Sakha, Vatsalya, Madhurya. Here also, in this material world, we have got the same rasas. We are related with somebody as father, as somebody as son, somebody as lover, somebody as beloved, somebody as master, somebody as servant. This is relations. This is the perverted reflection of the spiritual world. Therefore, although we have got the same relationship for religion, today I am loving my son, and tomorrow my son may be the greatest enemy. There is no eternity of such love. Or the son may die. There is no eternity. Today I am loving some man or woman. It may break tomorrow. That is the defect of the material world. But in the spiritual world, the same relationship will never break. It will Anandambudhi Vardhanam, simply increase. Simply increase. That is called perfection. That is called perfection. Manusyanam sahasresu kaschid jatati siddhaya. Jatatam visiddhanam kaschid vettimam tattva. If we understand Krishna tattva, not superficial, here the word is used, jatas tattavabodhanam. Tattavabodhanam. Kindly explain to me that bhakti yoga by which we can fully understand the truth, absolute truth. Tattavabodhanam. So how that tattva can be understood? That is explained by Krishna. That janma karmam cha dibbam me jo janati tattva. So we have to understand Krishna tattva by truth. And how we can understand that Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, bhaktyamam abhijanati javan jaschami tattva. This is tattva word. So, tattavabodhanam. The devotee is asking Kapil there, kindly describe that process of yoga by which we can understand in truth tattavabodhanam, not superficial. Tattavabodhanam. And in another place, the tattva is described in 3 ways. Vadanti tat tattva vidas tattam. Jajjnanamadhyam. They are not different. That is, everything is tattva. There are 3 kinds of tattva. Brahmeti, Paramatmeti, Bhagavaniti sabdas. The very thing, tattva, is described in 3 features. Impersonal Brahma, localized Paramatma, and at the end, Bhagavan. So understanding of Bhagavan means understanding of Brahma and Paramatma. But understanding of Brahma or Paramatma is not understanding of Bhagavan. Therefore, the Brahmavadis, the Paramatmavadis, they are impersonalists. They cannot understand the Supreme Being, personality of Godhead, Krishna. They cannot understand. That is the defect. Therefore, some yoga system, Jnana yoga system, or Dhyana yoga system, and there is Bhakti yoga system. That Bhakti yoga system is the perfect. And Jnana yoga system or Dhyana yoga system, that is partial understanding. Paramatma feature. Ishara sarvabhutanam riddeshe arjuna tishtati. In that way, you can understand, you can come to the platform and understanding samas sarveshu bhuteshu. But that is not perfect. Still you have to go. Samas sarveshu bhuteshu mad bhakti lavati param. After realizing samas sarveshu bhuteshu, this principle, then you have to enter into the devotion, parabhakti. Parabhakti means transcendental. Bhakti means para. Bhakti does not mean material. Material, it looks like material activities, but it is not material activities. Just like the example can be given. There's a man, a boy is flying kite, and he is, that is called the reel, latai. So sometimes he brings down the kite, and sometimes he allows the kite to go. There are two kinds of plane. Similarly, the one kind of activities means you are becoming free from the resultant action of activities. And one kind of activity is you are becoming entangled. So that is also explained in the Bhagavad Gita. Jagyarthe karma annatra karma bandhana. If you work for Jagga, for Krishna, then you are becoming relieved from the resultant action of karma. But if you work for your sense gratification, then you are becoming entangled with the resultant action of your karma. Therefore, sometimes this bhakti yoga is misunderstood as karma. Mayavadi, they cannot understand. They think that bhakti yoga is also karma. These people are less intelligent. So, they are in the, because jnana yoga means bikarma or akarma. Akarma. There is no resultant action. That is the view of the Jnanis, Mayavadi philosophers. But because they see that the bhaktas, they are working also, just like ordinary man, therefore it is Maya. That is Mayavad. They think bhakti activities as Maya. Therefore we call them Mayavad. But actually bhakti yoga, if you act according to the shastric principles, if you act according to the order of your spiritual master in bhakti yoga, that is not karma. That is bhakti yoga, beyond this karma yoga. But they cannot understand. Just like Krishna described in the Shastras, Chintamani prakara sadmasu kalpa vrikha lakha britesu surabhi ravipalayantam. Surabhi ravipalayantam, Krishna is very much fond of tending cows, surabhi cows. The Mayavadi will see, what is this Krishna? I mean, Brahma was builder. How is that? This Krishna, this boy in Vrindavan is being worshipped. Is spoken as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. How is that? He is taking care of the cows, this cowherd boy. Indra was also builder. Mujjanti, just Surya. To understand Krishna, even Brahma, Indra, they become bewildered. Therefore, Manusyanam sahasreshu kaschid jatati siddhaya jatatam api siddhanam kaschid vettimam tattata. We have to understand Krishna in truth, otherwise we will be bewildered. And for that reason, you have to hear from Krishna or his representative to understand Krishna. Otherwise, he will also be bewildered. So, if we can understand Krishna, that these activities of Krishna, dibbam, janma karma chame, dibbam, divine, they are not ordinary activities. If we can understand it, immediately we become liberated. Simply if we can understand the activities of this Krishna's dancing with the gopis, they are dibbam. They are not ordinary. Just like here also a young man wants to dance with many young girls. It is not like that. And because people cannot understand Krishna, and if they hear about the dancing of Krishna with the gopis, they take it a concession, now let us dance with young girls. And they are going to hell. Therefore, you have to learn from the proper person about Krishna's activities. If you learn Krishna from the professional and uneducated person, non-devotee, then you will go to hell. Therefore, immediately we should not try to understand Krishna's dealing with the gopis. It is very confidential. It is kept in the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. That means you have to understand Krishna as he is by reading first 9 cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam. Then you will be able to understand Janma Karma Cha Dibbam. The Krishna's activities, they are not ordinary things, they are divine. And if we actually understand, then immediately we become liberated. Janma Karma Cha Dibbam Ji Janati Tattva. Therefore, here it is said, Kirisang Katichangani. How that Bhakti Yoga is situated and how many processes or branches are there. Kirisa Katicha Angani Jatas Tattavabodhanam. Then we can understand Krishna in tattva, in truth. That is required. That is Bhakti Yoga and Bhaktyamam Abhijanati Java Tattva. You somehow or other take to Krishna consciousness, engage yourself in devotional service under the direction of Shastra and spiritual master. Then you understand Krishna and then your life is perfect. Thank you very much.
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd Canto.
Jaya Vrindavan. Govinda Jina Madhanama. Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Dina Madhanama. Shri Govinda Gopina Madhanama. Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopina Madhanama. Rama Punna Radha Punna Giri Govardhan. Rama Punna Radha Punna Giri Govardhan. Kalind Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahaman. Ramakunna Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan. Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahaman. Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopina Madhanama. Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopina Madhanama. Viradvam Shri Bhattam Dada Sakhanam. Krisidhadvam Shri Bhattam Dada Sakhanam. Jahan Jahan Leela Kaila Shri Nanda Nanda. Krisidhadvam Shri Bhattam Dada Sakhanam. जहाँ सब लीला कैला नंद श्रीनंद जसोदा जय श्रीनंद जसोदा जय जय गोपन श्रीदामदी जय जय धेनु अक्षरम श्रीनंद जसोदा जय मुगन श्रीदामदी जय जय धेनु अक्षरम जय विश्वभानु जय कृतिका सुंदरी जय पूर्णमासी जय नवीन नगरी जय राधे जय जय वृंदावन गोविंद गोपिया मदन जय राधे जय वृंदावन गोविंद गोपिया जय जय राम घाट रोहिणी नंदन जय वृंदावन वासी जगत Mandala Jaya Jaya Rama Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Jaya Jaya Radha Jaya Jaya Radha Jaya Jaya Jana Rasa Sadvara Sasa Parvati Araha Pradet Prabha Jannabi Adapanma Variyatmana Jannabi Pada Padma Karishma Dinaki Sadhacha Hari Dinaki Sarasa Bhai So you know this song, Jaya Radha Madhava? Jaya Radha Madhava Kunya Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunya Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunya Bihari गिरिवरधारी गोपीजन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय जसोदानंदन गोपीजन रंजन जय जसोदानंद जय जसोदानंदन गोपीजन रंजन जय जसोदानंदन गोपीजन रंजन जमुना तीर बनचारी जय जसोदानंदन गोपीजन रंजन जमुना तीर बनचारी जमुना जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी ब्रज जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी ब्रज जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जसोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन जसोदानंद जसोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन जमुना तीर बनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय
অবতার হরে শিরোমণি কেবলানন্দ সুন্দর সব অবতার হরে শিরোমণি কেবলানন্দ সুন্দর পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র সব অবতার সারে শিরোমণি সব অবতার সারে শিরোমণি কেবল আনন্দ কন্দ সব অবতার সারে শিরোমণি কেবল আনন্দ কন্দ পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র কাময়াব হরের শিরোমণি কাময়াব হরের শিরোমণি নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্রায়ামা কাময়াবতারে শ্রীরামণি নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্রায়ামতারে শ্রীরামণি পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র সব অবতার হরে শিরোমণি কেবল আনন্দ মন্দ ভজ ভজ ভাই চৈতন্য নিতাই সুধীর বিশ্বাস করি ভজ ভজ ভাই চৈতন্য নিতাই ভজ ভজ ভাই চৈতন্য নিতাই সুধীর বিশ্বাস করি রে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া বিষয় ছাড়িয়া রাস মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি বিষয় ছাড়িয়া রাস মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র একবার হরি বল ভাই একবার হরি বল ভাই বিষয়ে কথা ছেড়ে দিয়ে একবার হরি বল ভাই বিষয় ছাড়িয়া তেরা সে মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি বিষয় ছাড়িয়া তেরা সে মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি রে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া রস মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ ও ভাই দেখো দেখো ভাই ত্রিভুবনে নাই এমন দয়াল দাতন দেখো দেখো ভাই বনে নাই এমন দয়াল দাতন ওরে পশু পাখি ঝুরে পাছান বিদরে শুনি যার গুণ গাথা পশু পাখি ঝুরে পশু পাখি ঝুরে পাছান বিদরে শুনি যার গুণ গাথা আমার হৃদয়ে পাষাণ বলল না কো আমার হৃদয়ে পাষাণ বলল না কো পাষাণ হলে বলে দে তো আমার হৃদয়ে পাষাণ বলল না রাম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ পারম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ রে সব অবতার তার শিরোমণি কেবল আনন্দ কন্দ রাম নৃসিংহ বরাহ কূর্ম সকল অবতারের শ্রী রাম নৃসিংহ বরাহ কূর্ম সকল অবতারের অবতারী নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্রায়াম অবতারের অবতারী নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্রাম অবতারের অবতারী রাম নৃসিংহ বরাহ অবতারে অবতারী রাম নৃসিংহ বরাহ অবতারের অবতারী परम करुणा बहुदुई जन निताई गौर चंदा राम करुण बहुदुई जन निताई गौर चंदा विषय मगिया रहिली भूलिया से पदे नहीं नयास अरे विषय भूलिया रहिली मगिया से पदे नहीं लयासं अपन कर्म जाए समन कहाए लोचन दास अपन कर्म जाए समन कहाए लोचन दास आपन कारम जाए आम पन करम जाए छमन कहाए लोचन दास परम करुण बहुत जन निताई मूर चंद्र वे परम करुण बहुत जन निताई गौर चंद्र सब अवतार सारथिरमणि केवल नंद कंद रे सब अवतार सारथिरमणि केवल नंद कंद परम करुण बहुत जन निताई गौर चंद्र Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna
Bihari, somati chitari Nandaya somati chitari Dalahola damadara sahikana Dalahola damadara sahikana Govinda Govinda Gopala 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 Aja Bhakata Vasala Shigorahari Aja Bhakata Vasala Shigorahari Shigorahari Sohi Gosta Vihari Shigorahari Sohi Gosta Vihari Govinda Govinda Gopala Govinda Govinda Gopala Shigorahari Sohi Gosta Vihari Shigorahari Sohi Gosta Vihari Govinda Govinda Gopala 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 Govinda Govinda Gopala
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shandi Arati Ke Soba
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shani Arati Ki Soba
Jana Vitata Pani Jaga Jana Mana Loba
Jana Vitata Vani Jaga Jana Mana Yoga
Shiva Vasai Achin Gora Chan Ratna Singha Sane
Shiva Vasai Rashim Gora Shan Ratna Singha Sani
Arati Koren Brahma Adideva Gane
Arati Koren Brahma Adideva Gani
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shandi
Arati Ke Soba Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shanti Arati Ke Soba
Jana Vitata Vani Jaga Jana Mana Loba
Jana Vitata Vani Jaga Jana Mana Yoga
Shiva Dakshini Vitai Shan Vane Gadadha
Shiva Dakshini Vitasha Amitara
Nikati Advaita Prabhu Shiva Shastradhara
Nikati Advaita Prabhu Shiva Shastradhara
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shandi Arati Ke Soba
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shandi Arati Ke Soba
Jana Vitata Vani Jaga Jana Mana Loba
Jana Vitata
Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurum Vaishnava Vangsha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanitang Tang Sajivam Sadaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakha Nitansam Bhajasi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Bhajasi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Bhajate Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Adi Purusham Tamaham Jami Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam 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 Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami. Thank you. वामनं श्रीमधुसूदनं व्रजननन्दन श्यामं पूतनाघातं कैतवशातं जय दशरथी रामं पूतनाघातं कैतवशातं जय दशरथी रामं यशोददूलन गोविन्द गो यशोददूलन गोविन्द गोपाल वृन्दावन पुरन्दर यशोददूलन गोविन्द गोपाल वृन्दावन पुरन्दर यशोददूलन गोविन्द गोपाल यशोददूलन गोविन्द गोपाल वृन्दावन पुरन्दर गोपी प्रियजन राधिकारमन भुवन सुंदर बारं गोपी प्रियजन राधिकारमन भुवन सुंदर बारं रावणंत कर रावणंत कर मखन तस्कन गोपीजन वस्त्रहारी रावणंत कर गोपीजन हर आरी ब्रजेर रखल गोपो वृंदावन चित्तहार बंशीधारी ब्रजन रखल गोपो वृंदावन चित्तहार बंशीधारी विभावरी शेष अलक प्रवेश विभावरी शेष Yogendra Vandana Vinandanandana Brajajana Bhaya Hari Yogendra Vandana Vinandanandana Brajajana Bhaya Hari Yogendra Vandana Vinandanandana Brajajana Bhaya Hari Navina Nirada Rupa Manahara Navina Nirada Rupa Manahara Mahana Bansi Vihari Navina Nirada Rupa Manahara Navina Nirada Rupa Manahara Mahana Bansi Vihari Vibha Bari Sasa Alok Prabesha Vidyachari Utha Jivan Vibha Bari Sasa Alok Prabesha Bala Hari Hari Mukunda Murali Rama Krishna Ayagivam Bala Hari Hari Mukunda Murali Rama Krishna Ayagivam Vibha Bari Yasodanandana Amsani Sudana Nikunja Raso Vilasi Yasodanandana Amsani Sudana Nikunja Raso Vilasi Kadammakanana Rasaparayana Kadammakanana Rasaparayana Vrindavipina Nivasi Kadammakanana Rasaparayana Kadammakanana Rasaparayana Vrindavana Vipina Nivasi Vibha Desao Vidyachari Utha Jivan Vibha Padishesa Pravesa Vidyachari Utha Jivan Bala Hari Hari Mukunda Murari Bala Hari Hari Mukunda Murari Rama Krishna Hayagriva Vibha Ananda Bardhanam Premamiketanam कुलक्षर जो जन काम आनंद वर्धन बेमनि चेतन कुलक्षर जो जग काम गोपांगनागन गीत विनोदन समस्त गुणगण धाम गोपांगनागन गीत विनोदन समस्त गुणगण धाम विभावरी नित्याचारी जीवन हला हरि हरि मुकुंद मुरारी भला हरि हरि मुकुंद मुरारी राम कृष्ण हय ग्रीव विभावरी जमो नदी बन तेरी परायण जमो नदी बन तेरी परायण मानस चंद्र चकोर जमुना देवन जमुना देवन तेली परायण जमुना देवन तेली परायण जमुना देवन तेली परायण मनस चंद्र चकोर जमुना जीवन तेली पारायण जमुना जीवन तेली पारायण मनस चक्र चंद्र चकोर नाम सुधाकर गाओ कृष्ण जस राख वचन मन मोर नाम सुधाकर गाओ कृष्ण जस राख वचन मन मोर विभावरी हरि विभावरी
dasyamidam sarvam Jatkincha Jagadyam Jagat Tena Chakrina Bunjita Magrida Kashasvidana Kuvani Vakamani Jivashek Chitam Samaha Vivam Tvai Anititosti Nakamandipiti Nani Asuya Namati Loka Andena Kamsavritaha Kamsti Vichanti Hey Ke Chatma Hanotana Hey Ke Chatma Hanotana Hey Ke Chatma Hanotana Om Purnamada Purnamida Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamedavasishyate Om Purnamada Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamedavasishyate Om Purnamada Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamedavasishyate
Is all right? Is all right? Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Kesi Dhar Vamsi Van Dada Sopanan Jahan Jahan Leela Kaina Sridham Lanandam Srinanda Sada Jaya Srinanda Sada Jaya Jaya Gopagan Sridhamadi Jaya Jaya Dhanu Bhastagan Srinanda Srinanda Jasoda Jaya Srinanda Oh Jasoda Jaya Jaya Gopagan Sridhamadi Jaya 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 Dhanu Bhastagan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Jaya Radhe Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Sri Govinda Gopinath Madana Maham Sri Govinda Gopinath Sri Govinda Gopinath Madana Maham Jai Radhe Jai Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Jaya Radhe Krishna Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Ritika Sundari Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Jaya Kritika Sundari Jaya Jaya Paurnamasi Abhiranagari Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kritika Sundari Jaya Jaya Paurnamasi Jaya Abhiranagari Jaya Jaya Gopishara Vrindavana Mang Jaya Jaya Gopishara Vrindavana Mang Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Batu Ram Jaya Jaya Gopishara Avanaman Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Batu Ram Jaya Jaya Gopishara Billa Manama Jaya Jaya Dijana Batu Dijaram Jaya Rama Bhata Jaya Rahini Nandan Jaya Rama Bhata Jaya Rahini Nandan Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Basi Jan Jaya Jaya Rama Ghat Jaya Rahini Nandan Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Basi Jan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Sri Govinda Gopinath Madana Maham Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vida Patni Jaya Jaya Nagakannagan Bhakti te jahara paya Govinda charan Jaya Dija Bhatri Jaya Nagakannagan Jaya Jaya Dijapati Nagakannagan Jaya Jaya Dijapati Jaya Nagakannagan Bhakti te jahara paila Govinda charan Shri Radha Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Shyam Shri Radha Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Shyam Jaya Jaya Rasa Leela Shri Radha Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Shyam Jaya Jaya Rasa Leela Sarva Ram Jaya Jaya Jala Rasa Sarva Rasa Sar Paro Kiya Bhave Jaha Braje Te Pracham Jaya Jaya Jala Rasam Sarva Rasa Sar Jaya Parakya Bhave Jaha Braje Te Pracham Sri Janabhi Pada Padma Koriya Smaran Dini Krishna Daso Gai Dini Krishna Daso Kahe Nama Sankirtan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna घोड़ाप है न भोजी न मैना घोड़ाप है न भोजी न मैना धान फैलाए हराइन हमी Gana Fenai Harain Ghorap hai Na bhodi main Ghorap hai Na bhodi Sata Sari Kaina Sata Bilasa Sata Sanga Sari Kaina Sata Bilasa Satsanga Sari Kaina Asate Bilasa Sekat Rakhe Nagilama Karma Bangna Kasa Satsanga Sari विलासम सत्संग छाड़ी कैन सत्संग छाड़ी कैन अचोक विलासम ते करने लगिलो कर्म फासा सत्संग छाड़ी कैन अचोक विलासम कहने लगी नम कर्म बंद फास सत्संग छाड़ी कैन कहने लगी राम कर्म बंद फास रने लागिल कर्म बंद फास खाइन विषम विषय बीच सतत खाइन विषय विषम बीच तत खाइन तनारा से मगना होइन विषम विषय बीच सतत खाइन गौर कीर्तन रसे मगन ना होइन विषम विषय बीच सतत खाइन गौर कीर्तन रसे मगन होइन विषम विषय बीच सतत खाइन गौर कीर्तन रसे मगन ना होइन गोरा पह न भोजी मैन हामी गोरा पह न भोजी मैन प्रेम रतन धन फेलाए हराइन रतन धन फेलाए हराइन है ना भजी मैन गोराप है ना भजी मैन कलागिया नरोत्तमद कला नगल मधिया जनबाय छोये प्राण विशु कलागिया नरोत्तमद कला नगल मधिया जनबाय छोये प्राण विशु कलागिया नरोत्तम दासोखला नगल मधिया गोराप है ना भजी मैन गोराप है ना भजी मैन भगतन धन भेलाए हाराइन रे मरतन धन भेलाए हाराइन गोराप है ना भजी मैन गोराप हो ना भजी मैन
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari
कीर्तन गान तन परौ प्रेमामृता वनिधि वीर धीर जन प्रिय कीर्तन गान नर्तन प्रभु प्रेमामृतां वनिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजित चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा वहन तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुग श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुग श्री जीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेम में वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो निर्माण तन्ना कृपा भरौ श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुग श्री जीव गोपालक विचार नहीं पुनः सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणागतम् विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणागतम् श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणागतम् विचारणैकनिपुनं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणागतम् राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्कालिकं वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नतल परौ प्रेम मनेजी वीर वीर जनप्रिय प्रेम पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ वन्दे रूप सनातनं वासुदेव तुच्छत सुरे सुतराज्य लक्ष्मी धन्यश्च आजवदस जदगाद रन्ना तक्वा मंडलस्यनी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशको करुणया कौपीनकं आश्रितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं मोहन वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ श्रीजी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नंद सूना कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूना कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी वने तः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूना कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी वने कुतः संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विबलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगौ वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविभुभलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगौ बालक कृष्ण कीतल तान नतन परम प्रेमामृतम महीधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमांसरौ पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपा भर भुवि भुव अरहं तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुग भूलिया तो मारे संसारे राशिया ये नाना विध व्यथा भूलिया तो मारे नाना विध व्यथा তোমার চরণে আসিয়াছি আমি বলিব দুঃখের কথা তোমার চরণে আসিয়াছি নাথ বলিব দুঃখের কথা ভুলিয়া তোমারে তোমারে সঙ্গে নাচিয়া নানা বিধ ব্যথা তোমার চরণে আসিয়াছি না বলিব দুঃখের কথা তোমার চরণে আসিয়াছি নাথ বলিব দুঃখের কথা ভুলিয়া তোমারে আসিয়া এ নানাবিধ ব্যথা ভুলিয়া তোমারে তোমারে জননী জঠরে ছিলাম যখন অঠরে ছিলাম যখন বন্ধন পাশে জননী জঠরে ছিলাম যখন বিষম বন্ধন আছে প্রভু দেখা দিয়ে মরে বঞ্চিলে এদিন দাসে একবার প্রভু দেখা দিয়ে মরে বঞ্চিলে এদিন দাসে তোমারে সংসারে আসিয়া এ নানাবিধ ব্যথা ভুলিয়া তোমারে সংসারে মায়ের চরণে আসিয়াছি প্রভু বলিব দুঃখের কথা তোমার প্রাণে আসিয়াছি নাথ বলিব দুঃখের কথা বলিয়া তোমারে আসিয়া নানাবিধ ব্যথা জনম পাইয়া করিব ভজন তব জন লাভ জনাম হরি মায়া জলে না হই জ্ঞান নাম তখন ভাবিন পাইয়া করিব ভজন তব জনম হইল হরি মায়া জলে না হইল জন লাভ জনম হইল পরিমায়া জানে না হই জ্ঞান লাভ প্রভু জনাম হইল পরিমায়া জলে না হই জ্ঞান লাভ তোমাদের সংসার নাচিয়া ভুলিয়া তো মারে সংসারে নাচিয়া নিধ দেখা তোমার চরণে আসিয়াছি প্রভু বলিব দুঃখের কথা তোমার চরণে আসিয়াছি প্রভু বলিব দুঃখের কথা বলিয়া তোমার সংসারে নাচিয়া এ নানা বিধ ব্যথা ইয়া তোমার সংসারে নাচিয়া আদরের ছেলে আদরের ছেলে সজনের কোলে আদরের ছেলে সজনের কোলে আসিয়া আদরে ছেলে সজনে কোলে আসিয়া কাটানু কালে জনক জননী জনক জননী স্নেহেতে ভুলিয়া সংসার লাগিল ফল আদরের ছেলে কোলে আদরের ছেলে সজনের কোলে কাটানু কালে জনক জননী স্নেহ ফুলিয়া জনক জন স্নেহতে ভুলিয়া সংসারন হীন ভালে জনক জনন সংসারে ভুলিয়া জনক জননী স্নেহতে ভুলিয়া সংসারন হীন ভালে জনক জন সংসারে জনক জননী স্নেহেতে ভুলিয়া সংসারন হীন ভালে ভুলিয়া তো মানের সংসারে নাচিয়া এ নানাবিধ ব্যথা ভুলিয়া ও মানের সংসার
Oh my God.
दिया हेन नाविध व्यथा कुमार चरणे अच्छी अच्छी प्रभु बोलिब दुखेर कथा कुमार चरणे अच्छी अच्छी प्रभु बोलिब दुखेर कथा भूलिया तो मारे ये नामी व्यथा भूलिया ज्ञान उपाधिला पाठ परी अहरह प्रभु हे आर किछु दिने ज्ञान उपाधिला पाठ परी अहरह विद्यार भ्रमी देछे देछे विद्यार गौरव भ्रमी देछे विद्यार गौरव भ्रमी देछे देछे धनायु अर्जुन विद्यार गौरव भ्रमी देछे देछे धनायु लिया तो हरे हे नानाविध व्यथा भूलिया भक्ति बिना अदिया कातर अति भदिया कर এখন কি হবে গতি বাধ্যকে এখন भक्ति बिना कांदिया कातर अति ना भजिया कर बिना बिथा गन यहाँ गति संसारे याचिया नानाविध व्यथा कुमार चरणे अच्छी अच्छी नाथ बोलिब दुखेर कथा भूलिया तुम्हारे.
What is that sleep yesterday you gave me? That mantra, Nishinga mantra. There was one extra mantra. Yeah, what everyone sleep is. Namaste. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Ladini. Hiranya. Kasipur. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Nakhalai. Namaste. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Ladadaini. Hiranya. Kasipur. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Nakhalai. Namaste. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Ladadaini. Hiranya. Kasipur. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Nakhalai. Ito nisinga paratu nisinga yatu yami tato nisinga bahir nisinga hridayi nisinga nisinga madhyam Esabadhrita narahari rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hari Jaya Jagadisha Hari Jaya Jagadisha Hari. Again repeat the first month. Namaste Narasimhaya Prahlada Ladadaini Hiranya Kasipur Bhaksha Silatanka Nakhalai Ito Nisinga Parato Nisinga Jato Yami Tato Nisinga Bahir Nisingho Hriday Nisinga Nisinga Madhim Saranam Prabhate Tabakara Kamala Varena Kama Singam Dalita Hirana Kashipu Tana Vingam Kesabadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hari Jaya Jagadisha Hari Jaya Jagadisha Hari. The first one again. Namaste Narasimhaya Prahlada Ladadaini Hiranya Kasipur Bhaksha Silatanka Nakhalai. The meaning of this mantra that I offer my humble obeisances to Lord Nrsimha, who is the source of bliss to Prahlada. But Hiranyakashipu Bhaksha, his father Hiranyakashipu, on his chest, the nails of his finger is just like chisel cutting the stone. The same personality of Godhead is Prahlada Alladadain. Allada means pleasure. But Prahlad, Prakishrupena Allada, Prahlad. The devotee is, being always in Krishna consciousness, naturally is in blissfulness. And still more when he meets or associates with his Lord, still more blissfulness. That is the position of the theist devotee. Whereas the atheist non-devotee is always feeling like a strike of the chisel, like what you call stone cutting chisel, nakhalai, simply by the nails of his finger.
Roi chatu